Recording in progress.
Colleagues, it is exactly 9:30. I wish to extend a warm welcome to our Minister, Minister Shikunga, our Deputy Minister in absentia. I know our Deputy Minister is writing an exam today and we wish her well. I wish to welcome our DG, our entire department. Honorable members, I wish to welcome you again this morning. Also to our support team from our portfolio committee, the support team of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Also welcome to all our stakeholders on the platform and all South Africans that are following us on the various media platforms. Can I ask that we flight the agenda for this morning, Mr. Dumisweni, and that you deal with the agenda and apologies? Mr. Dumisweni, please proceed.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, to you, your honorable members, the department, and colleagues. Chair, in front of us is the agenda of today. From 9:30, Chair, from 9:30 to 22 it will be your chance to open and welcome, which I think you have already done. And then from there, after that, we're going to adopt the agenda and also accept the and note the apologies, in fact, table the apologies. And then from 10:15 to 11:15, the department will be presenting their annual report 2024-2025, and then from quarter to 11, that is 15 minutes, the RC of the department will be reporting, will be briefing the committee on annual report 2024-25, and then from 11 to quarter to 1, it will be an opportunity for members to discuss, to ask questions, the department to reply, and then from quarter to 1 to 1 o'clock, we'll be dealing with a closure, which will be led by the chairperson. That's all in terms of the agenda, Chair. Coming to apologies, Chair. As you have already indicated, we received an apology from the DM, who's writing exams today. There's also an issue of Honorable Peterson. She's part of the meeting, but she indicated that they've got power issues. Therefore, we might lose her anytime due to power issues, that is the battery issues. And then Honorable Shabango indicated that she would love to join. She can join or not, due to the fact that she's experiencing bad network due to the issues of weather. And then there is also Honorable Polwane. She's attending the oversight visit with the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. Honorable Mchunu is also part of that oversight, but she joined, so there is a possibility that she will leave the meeting earlier. Those are all that we have, Chair, so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dumisweni. Can I take hands, please, honorable members, for someone to move for the adoption of our agenda and a seconder? Honorable Sotetsi.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning. I do move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Colleagues, can I take a seconder, please?
Chairperson.
Good morning, honorable Whip.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I therefore also second the adoption of the agenda, and also would like to sponsor my apology, which was shared with the Secretary. I am on medical leave, but I am going to be in full attendance. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chaka Adwinis. And We continue to wish you well during your recovery, and also thank you for so diligently attending all our meetings. We really do appreciate it. Colleagues, we meet this morning to receive the 2024-2025 annual report of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Our department is to be commended for getting a clean audit and for achieving the bulk of its targets. However, as a portfolio committee, we continue to ask the question, how does meeting targets and achieving clean audits translate into real and meaningful change for the communities that we have been elected to serve? We know that women, youth, and persons with disabilities remain disproportionately affected by gender-based violence, by poverty, by joblessness, and other social ills. And so even though this department receives a very minuscule budget, it is our responsibility to ensure that every cent, every taxpayer's cent, translates into real value, real change, and real opportunities for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Honourable Minister, also I just wanted to make note again that we had asked for some documents which did not come to us. In this case, we had asked how you performed in relation to your goals and priorities as outlined in SONA, Agenda 2063 and the NDP. And please, of those documents can be furnished to us after the meeting, but I'm sure we'll be also in my closing remarks be asking you, as we always do, for additional documents to come to us in writing. But it's now my opportunity to hand over to you, Honourable Minister, to address us, to give us your opening remarks, and then to lead your team in your presentations. Also, just to note, as per the agenda, I think we should be able to finish all the presentations within an hour so that we are able to properly engage you on the issues. Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Colleagues, I hand over to you, Honourable Minister, to make your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honourable Liesl van der Merwe. Also, honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister Steve Litike, in her absentia, as she's indicated, she's writing, Director General Advocate Mikateko Maluleka, senior officials of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans. Indeed, Chairperson, it is my honor to present to the Portfolio Committee in South Africa the 2024-25 annual report of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. As you have indicated, Chairperson, we are happy to indicate that for the financial year, this one and even the previous one, we've received a clean audit outcomes. And the Auditor General of South Africa issued an unqualified audit opinion confirming that the department's financial statements fairly present in all material respects its financial position as at 31 March 2025 in accordance with the modified case standard prescribed by the National Treasury as well as the Public Management Act, the PFMA. So indeed, Chairperson, this is the second year of clean audit by the department, and in that regard, we really want to congratulate the department as led by the DG because it doesn't happen by itself. In the 2024-25 financial year, the department planned 39 performance targets, and of these 30 targets were achieved while none targets were not achieved. This reflects, of course, a regression from the previous financial year, that is 2023-24, where the department achieved 88% of its planned targets, but will be able to account for that, Chairperson. The decline in performance is mainly due to capacity of cost constraints, but of course, some of other targets that are outside our making, and of course, we depend on other departments implementing them. Probably others, we miss them with less than a percentage to achieve. To address this, the department has implemented measures to strengthen planning, coordination, and monitoring to improve delivery outcomes in the coming financial year. The department maintains strong financial controls throughout the financial year, Chairperson, and I'm also pleased to report that there were no unauthorized expenditure that were incurred during the financial year in question. No fruitless and wasteful expenditure was recorded in the 2024-2025 financial year. And this demonstrates the department's commitment to accountability, transparency, and sound financial management. And we believe that we can therefore be trusted when it comes to managing the funds of the taxpayers' funds. Honorable Chairperson, the department surpassed its target of 40% procurement spend directed to women-owned entities, achieving an outstanding 75%. And this is a significant milestone that reflects our commitment to economic transformation, gender equality, and the empowerment of women as drivers of development. 11 to Program 4, Rights of Persons with Disabilities, as well as Program 5, Rights of Youth. These are the issues that we believe we need to look at. Efforts are underway to fill critical posts and strengthen institutional capacity, because in that case, the department recorded a vacancy rate of 10.7, just 0.7% above the expected or acceptable minimum standards for vacancies by Department of Public Service and Administration. A major achievement during the year was also the signing into law of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act, which was signed by the President on the 24th of May last year. And the Act came into operation following its proclamation in Government Gazette on the 15th of November 2024, marking a major milestone in institutionalizing a coordinated national response to gender-based violence and femicide. We have indicated, Chairperson, that we would wish to see the council being in place, National Council being in place by the 1st of April next year. So we are indeed working towards that, and of course working together with the Portfolio Committee or in the appointment of the board. Chairperson, as we are presenting, we just came this morning from China, where we attended the Global Leaders Meeting on Women that was held under the theme Shared Future, Accelerating a New Process for Women's All-Round Development. We were invited by the Deputy President, as she was invited by China, together with the second lady, that is the wife to the President. And with being there, we realized the importance of attending, and the conference was addressed by the President, His Excellency Xi Jinping, and he outlined four important key issues, that is creating a conducive environment for women, he said, and he explained it, building economic opportunities through innovation and technology, as well as artificial intelligence. And he said in 1995, when the declaration of Beijing Declaration and Program for Action were adopted, the issues of artificial intelligence, even innovation, were not that they were not on the agenda. And then he said, ensuring access to health, rights, and sustainable environment free from bias against women. But the main ones was also promoting global cooperation under the leadership of the United Nations. And he announced a 50,000 women development skills program for the state. We then had bilateral meetings with some, particularly Mr. Huang, who will also be here in South Africa at the end of this month. She is vice president of the All China Women's Federation. And we immediately indicated to her that we are interested to participate as South Africa in this 50,000 women development skills program. It will be 10,000 per year for 5 years. And we indicated that, and she advised us also that we need to meet with the ambassador of China in South Africa so that that also can be done. And we also presented to her our NEF Center for Disability Inclusion. And later, the following day, when we met the Cheng Kai, chairperson of the China Disabled Persons Federation, which is the head at the headquarters, he actually indicated that she already had informed us. And they committed that we can actually mobilize resources together to ensure that we do establish this NEF Center as our a legacy project for our G20. And of course, we're looking forward to that. We agreed that within 2 years, we're going to draft an MOU and share it with them so that as much as possible, we can move with speed. And lastly, Chair, when we were in UNGA, which we also attended, we signed an MOU with the lady, I'm the Code, an international organization that empowers girls and youth in artificial intelligence, coding, and robotics. In this case, South Africa is given 600,000 opportunities for young people to be trained across 57 sectors, equipping them with skills. We will choose on what we want to prioritize as South Africa. May as well be AI, it may be cybersecurity, climate change, and green economy, etc., etc. They are waiting for us to say the recruitment is starting and therefore the training can start. They said it actually cost $9,000 per person, but we're going to have it for free as South Africa for the 600,000 young people. We therefore feel that we lose nothing. We're therefore going to go ahead with that. We've given this responsibility to NYDA, but also to get other people who are gurus in the technology so that we know what to protect. For South Africa particularly, we advise that we need to protect our information as we implement this. Soon as we're ready, the recruitment will start. And then, of course, we'll start with the first training and a crop of young people. We're thinking that we are going to prioritize the NEET group and probably those that already are qualified in technology. And then, of course, include others. That is what I just wanted to say in reporting the work that we have done. We are really trying to push. Chairperson, I was impressed, in fact, overly impressed with China in their headquarters only for disability inclusion. They have about 200 staff members, and then they have offices in provinces with staff, and as such, they are moving with speed in the technology which they are using for persons with disabilities. And therefore, the persons with disabilities are actually more independent than probably in our case in South Africa, but we're not as far behind them, but they are actually moving because I think they're able to mobilize resources. That is all that I wanted to say, Chairperson. We thank you again for the opportunity. Probably I will want to make an announcement later in the meeting about the DG, but for now I hand over to DG to make the presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Good morning, Chairperson and the members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister and the Deputy Minister and the colleagues that are in this meeting. Chairperson, I won't say that much because Minister has already covered me about the 200 staff. I wanted to say I won't say much about the performance because Minister has summarized it succinctly, but I wanted to talk to the issue of the structure and the resources of the department, that the department is resourced, it's structured and resourced to fail. So Minister has already said, just for disability, 200 in the department. For disability, we have, I think, six people that are functional, and we're expected to do miracles. It's impossible. No money, no people. We don't have provincial presence. It's a challenge. It's a serious, serious challenge that needs to be looked at. And when people call us and say, what are you doing? And all those things, I always say, I don't think they know the situation of the department. So Minister has covered me. Without wasting time, I just want to indicate that I am joined by officials in the department, as Minister have said. Chief Director in the Office of the Director General is Ms. Val Matobela, who will talk to performance information, and then Chief Director Corporate Management will talk to HR matters, and the CFO will present on the finance, on finance. I would like to hand over to Chief Director ODG, Ms. Val Matobela, to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. I'm going to present with my camera off, but I'll just turn it on so that I greet the chairperson and members of the portfolio committee and observe all protocol. We will project the annual report and present as requested by DG. Thank you. Chairperson, the report is structured to include the background and key achievements for 2024 financial year. We've included the overview of performance information per program, and we've also included human resource management from slide 34 to 40 and financial management. I will present from slide 3 to 33, and I will ask your permission, Chair, to continue straight to areas that we want to bring to the attention of members, given that we've received detailed opening remarks from the minister, so that I don't repeat areas that minister have explained very well. Chairperson, I'm going to start at bullet 5 to say that the department has substantially surpassed the target of 40% procurement as indicated by Minister, and to also indicate that in the slides that I'm going to project, I will speak to the reasons for deviations for the non-achievement of the youth and the persons with disabilities targets. The department has not met the filling of vacancies as predetermined. We had target of ensuring that the vacancy rate is less than 10%. Our vacancy rate was 10.7% by the end of the financial year. The National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, we will recall that the President assented it into law in this financial year on the 24th of May, and the Act came into operation during November 2024 through this proclamation, and the department chairperson is currently working towards the establishment of the council, and this takes a priority in this current financial year. We have also planned to present the wage bill to Cabinet to request approval to publish and solicit public inputs and comments prior to introducing the bill in Parliament. So this was not achieved in fully in 2024. So the department will continue with the processing of the bill in the current financial year, and this remains work in progress. This slide indicates a comparison slide, chairperson and members. You will see that in the previous financial year, we had achieved 88% of the targets and 77 this current, in the year under review, which is 2024-25. The slide that is projected now shows where the underperformance occurred. We had it in program 1, and the target that were affected are in corporate management and financial management. And in program 2, there's one target that was not achieved, and the rest of the targets that were not achieved are in program 5. Therefore, Chairperson, I'm going to then go straight to those not achieved targets. It's 50% achievement for program 1. And the target that was not achieved in financial management is the target on 100% payment for all valid invoices within 30 days. The department has achieved 99.88%, and 1.55% of the valid invoices were paid outside of the 30 days. Chairperson, the invoices were delayed, ensuring that the spending of the department is within the available baseline allocation, as well as preventing potential overspending. And some of these invoices were delayed due to non-availability of managers to sign off the invoices when there were competing priorities. The Office of the CFO has put in a control to ensure that responsibility managers sign off valid invoices and don't delay them. The issue of the budget and watching the spending on the budget, it occurs through the in-year monitoring. So by Q4 of this financial year, the CFO, through those processes and the budget committee, realized that there's a possibility of us overspending on the budget, and we had sent requests to National Treasury for additional budget, which was not approved, and this meant that management should cut on the expenditure and ensure that only critical work happens and the invoices that could not be delayed were processed, and the ones that belong in the 1.55% were paid outside of this reporting period. The target chairperson on the procurement spend, we've done very well as indicated by Minister on the 40% procurement spent on entities owned by women. I just want to remind committee members that for this type of spending, it is usually on the contractual agreements that the department has, and we make sure that we prioritize WYPD owned enterprises. In other procurement that happens in the core business and for services that are not contractual agreement, it is dependent on the CSD, and as a result, chairperson, when you count our targets, you will see that this target, the procurement spend is counted as one target for women, for youth, and for persons with disabilities. So even though we made it for women-owned entities, the target remains not achieved in its entirety. So for 30% procurement spent, the department could only achieve 26.62%. And the reason for deviation is that suppliers are responsible to update their CSD profiles, and more youth companies are invited. However, due to preferential procurement points allocations, the companies are not successful. The department does an ongoing awareness raising, and we also have a target chairperson to monitor the economic empowerment of persons with disabilities in an effort to make sure that government improves on the 7% procurement spent on entities owned by persons with disabilities. And for our department, we achieved 5.98%. And when you look at the previous financial year, we are improving on contractual agreement. And the challenge that the department also picked up when it comes to meeting this 7% procurement spent on entities owned by persons with disabilities is that National Treasury still needs to ensure that the disability ownership in the CSD is continuously monitored, and there should be evidence that the directors that are registered to be having disability, they are indeed disabled. So it's work that the department continues to do through its program that is tasked with ensuring the rights of persons with disabilities. The next target is on maintaining the vacancy rate of 10%. As indicated, we've not achieved its 10.7%. And the reason for deviation is the long turnaround times in the recruitment process when we were closing this financial year and throughout this financial year, which was a control that was put in place by DPSA, which meant that the recruitment process was dependent on the Minister of Public Administration directive, which outlined that the department must obtain approval on the availability of funds from National Treasury for DPSA to issue the concurrence for the post to be filled. And in this current financial year, Chairperson, I'm happy to report that this control has been taken away and our EA is in control of the delegated responsibility in line with the Public Service Administration Act to ensure that the department is can recruit on its own. And the department in 24-25 financial year, we had no e-recruitment system. Currently, Chairperson, the department is working towards the development of an e-recruitment system which will assist the department in processing the applications that we received electronically. The next target that was not achieved was to produce 4 reports on the implementation of the Human Resource Plan. We've only produced 2 reports because the department continued to implement strategic priorities which were contained in the previous HR plan, which this work was dependent on the finalization of the new plan for the 7th administration. So the department is currently aligning itself with the 5-year plan, and we will have a 3-year HR plan that will inform the achievement of this target going forward. In Program 2, Chairperson, out of the 9 targets planned, there's 1 that was not achieved. So they achieved 89% and 11% was not achieved. The target that was not achieved, Chair, is on the Socioeconomic Empowerment Index for DWYPD developed. The program had developed a progress report. They have produced a project report on the implementation of the index, which still had to be reworked and improved because the index that was produced in the previous financial year 2023-24 by HRSC was found not to be user-friendly and not to contain the information that the department would use to monitor the empowerment of WYPD in the country. So we are now, we've commissioned a research which UCT has done. And I'm glad to report that in the current financial year, because strategic management continues to monitor the not achieved targets from the previous financial year, this target is doing well, and the department has progressed in making sure that we have an index in place that will inform the empowerment of WYPD in the country. Chairperson, Program 3 achieved all the targets, and Program 4 achieved all the targets. In Program 5, they had planned 7 targets. 43% were achieved, and 57% were not achieved. Chair, the targets that were not achieved are 2 SNDF-led National Youth Service Program implemented. This target, Chairperson, was not implemented due to lack of resources, and the implementing partner was SNDF, and they were still in the planning phase of the implementation of the program. We also had planned 5 farming projects which had to be established. We could not succeed in the establishment of the farming projects. The project was added to the annual performance plan with the intention of sourcing funding for the establishment of the farming projects. And this is the same as the next one on the 3 bakery training centers established. The department was not successful in raising funds, and this was in partnership with municipalities that we had identified as being the poorest in the country, where we wanted to make sure that these projects benefit WYPD and they alleviate poverty in those poorest district municipalities. The last one, which was not achieved, Chairperson, is the South African Youth Development Bill process to be tabled in Cabinet. There was a delay in processing the bill to the Cabinet memoranda due to prolonged processes by the external stakeholder prior to processing it to Cabinet. And the department is currently prioritizing mitigating the risk of non-achievement of this target in this financial year. And the bill is currently being consulted also internally to strengthen the gaps that were identified so that it can be processed to Cabinet, and we hope to achieve it in this financial year. Chairperson, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Mbazima Shibiti, to make a presentation to the committee on the human resource oversight for 2024-25 financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Val. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, our Minister, teacher and colleagues. The human resource organizational environment, we indicated since its inception, the capacity and ability of the department to deliver on its purpose has not materially changed or progressed, regardless of rotating mandates and responsibility to the most valuable sectors of society. Then we said since 2009, which is 16 years, at the end of March this year, for 16 years, the department has remained severely under-resourced and structure for failure, at least DG has indicated that. And through successive administrations, the department has been subjected to micro-organization of government, processes that fail to enable the department to deliver on the evolving priorities of government. This historic under-resourcing of the mandate to lead on socio-economic transformation and implementation of the empowerment and participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities through mainstreaming, advocacy, monitoring, and evaluation may be perpetuated by the introduction of the Medium-Term Development Plan, the MTDP, that was introduced last year up to 2029 by the Government of National Unity to serve as a 5-year medium-term plan for the 7th administration of government. Insofar as the department has been identified to be directly responsible for various priorities, outcomes, and interventions, these additional mandates remain unfunded at this stage. I think both Minister and DG have commented on that. And also the introduction of the bills. I think Val also mentioned about that. And the organizational structure and post structure was approved by Minister in April 2023. Stemming from the 2019 post and mock startup design, following concurrence with the redesign architecture by the Minister for the Public Service and Administration. Of course, amendments were again made in July 2025 to align with the provisions of the Executive Guide for Executing Authorities. The 2024 compensation of employees allocation has only allowed for the funding of 140 posts across all programs over the MTF. This allocation has to include excessive administrative and compliance burden placed on all public service departments, regardless of their size or capabilities, which has resulted in the department having to allocate more resources towards administration program than its core services. And due to the regression in funding, the department could no longer afford to fund other vacancies. I think it has been indicated earlier by both Minister and DG. And these are the program structure, which are 5. 1, administration. Program 2, advocacy and mainstreaming for the rights of women. Program 3, monitoring, evaluation, research, and coordination. Program 4, rights of persons with disabilities. And lastly, Program 5, rights of youth. Of the 140 posts, 77 have been allocated to Program 1. You can see it's more than 50% of that. And 17 to Program 2, which is advocacy and mainstreaming for the rights of women. 26 to Program 3, which is more transversal, which is monitoring, evaluation, research, and coordination. And 11 to Program 4, which is rights of persons with disabilities. I think DJ was spot on when she said 6 are the functional, the rest are support staff. And then 9 to Program 5, which is the rights of youth. So this is the organizational structure. Of course, ministry is there, which is the minister and deputy minister, and then the director general. Then there's an office of the director general. Then there's a branch regulation, advocacy and mainstreaming for the rights of women. There's a branch monitoring, evaluation, monitoring, evaluation, research, and coordination. And the other branch on my right, it's regulation, advocacy, mainstreaming for the rights of persons with disabilities. But there's no DDG this point in time for that branch. And the Chief Directorate, Corporate Support Services, and then Chief Directorate, which is the regulation, advocacy, and mainstreaming for the rights of youth. So the youth program is headed by a Chief Director, and the Chief Directorate, Financial Management, which is the office of the CFO. Next slide. Then we're trying to break it down, what we're indicating in terms of these positions. And then, like we said, administration is 77, field is 67, and vacant is 10. Rights of women, that time they were all field 17. Monitoring, evaluation, research, and coordination, there are 26. and 3 positions are not filled, and rights of persons with disabilities, there were 11, 1 position, 10 filled, 1 was vacant, and rights of youth, there are 9, 8 were filled, and 1 was vacant. So, and we indicate to reiterate, the National Treasury has reiterated the headcount of departments has remained within the baseline allocation. Next slide. Is the reputation. Next slide. I realized it was the same thing. Yeah. These are okay. Next slide. Yeah. So during the whole financial year from late October, there's only 1 person who's on precautionary suspension, and there were no dismissal in the department. Thanks very much, Chairperson. I hand it over back to Val.
Mbazima, it's not Val, it's the CFO who should come on now. CFO.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and the colleagues from the department. Val, can you please move straight to slide number 43? In terms of the major achievements of the department for the financial year under review, the Minister did allude to the department having obtained a clean audit as well as the achievement that we exceeded on targeted procurement on women-owned entities. We have successfully spent 99.1% of the allocated budget, and there was no recorded irregular and unauthorized expenditure for the 2024-25 financial year. Next slide, please. In terms of the challenges that were experienced during the 2024-25 financial year, they are linked to the inadequate financial resources. The clean audit outcome that was achieved despite the inadequate financial and human resource in the department. Limited budget has constrained capacity building and full program implementation, while the overstretched workforce has placed additional strain on the operational efficiency and service delivery. Sustaining a clean audit outcome and ensuring effective service delivery will require improved resourcing going forward. In terms of procurement spent on entities owned by youth and persons with disabilities, the department, as reported by Val, achieved 20.6% and 5.9% respectively on these entities. The challenges experienced relate to suppliers not updating their profiles on their National Treasury Central Supplier date, and the target on youth-owned entities is a fluid target that changes from the time of appointment of service providers to the payment period, as this target focuses on the spend by the department. Failure to submit the relevant documents by various service providers to support the disability status of their companies. Next, please. Next slide, please, Val. Val, can you please move to slide
I see the
36?
next slide, CFO, on the implementation of the audit action plan.
Oh, thank you. In terms of implementation of the audit action plan, the department experienced challenges in implementing the audit action plan, mainly due to limited human resource capacity. The capacity challenges were particularly evident in the strategic management unit, which affected timely follow-up and monitoring of corrective actions. These constraints slowed progress and contributed to the delay in fully addressing audit findings. Based on these challenges, the department managed to clear 45% of the audit findings, whilst 27.7% was still in progress, and a further 3% was not addressed. In terms of payment of suppliers within 30 days, there was significant improvement in the payment of invoices, with 98.45% of invoices paid within 30 days during the financial year under review. My apologies, Chair, it should have read 2024-25 financial year. The invoices were delayed, ensuring the spending of the department is within the available baseline allocation, as well as preventing a possible overspending of the budget. Some of the invoices were delayed due to non-availability of managers to sign invoices before they can be processed for payment. Next slide. Thank you. Slide 46, please. In terms of the spending of the department for the year under review, the department was allocated a budget of 1,020,712 rand, and the department spent 1,011,019 rand. The 1 million spent translates to 99.1% of the allocated budget, whilst the department underspent by 9,693,000. Administration spent 94.7% of the allocated budget, whilst Program 2 spent 100% of the allocated budget. Monitoring, evaluation, research and coordination spent 94.4% of the allocated 40,519,000, and Program 4 spent 97.2%, and Rights of Youth spent the full allocation. Next slide, please. Slide 49. Oh, I see you skipped the 2 slides. I will then talk to value. You are confusing me. I don't know what is happening. You should be on slide 47.
Several, I've just been load shedded here. Let me just stop the sharing and you can share. Sorry.
Okay. I can't share from my side, Val. Chairperson, I'm not sure if I should proceed, given that the presentation was shared in the interest of time.
Okay,
Once
let me just check whether our team can assist.
Okay.
Ms. Lee,
Okay.
Ms. Weni, can you assist us?
We are on slide 47.
If they're not able to assist, then I would suggest that you keep talking, since members do
Okay.
have presentations. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Slide 47 reflects the revenue that we received in the department. In terms of the departmental receipts, we received 550,000, and on aid assistance, the department received an amount of 12.2 million for CARA funding, which then brings the total final budget of the department to 1,072,406,000. Next slide, please. In terms of the breakdown of the expenditure of the department per economic classification, under current payments, the department spent 96.1%. On compensation of employee, the department underspent its allocated budget with 8.5 million, and under goods and services there was a slight overspending of 430,000, and this was as a result of a reclassification of the expenditure that was initially accounted for under payments for capital asset, and during the audit we had to reclassify the expenditure to goods and services. Under transfers and subsidies, the department underspent by an amount of 543,000. On payments for capital asset, there's an amount of 1,077,000 that was not spent by the end of the financial year. Next slide, please. In terms of reasons for variances in expenditure on compensation of employee, as indicated by Mr. Mbazima, the underspending is due to delays in filling of vacant posts, largely attributed to the time-consuming process of obtaining concurrence from the Minister of the Public Service and Administration as per the directive on control measures. This affected the timely appointment of critical and support posts across various sub-programs. Additional delays were caused by dependencies such as unfilled HR posts that impeded job analysis processes. Furthermore, the conclusion of the 6th administration impacted the continuity of support staff in the ministry, as appointments for the 7th administration were subjected to ministerial prerogative, resulting in further delays. Interdepartmental claims for seconded staff were also not finalized by the end of the financial year. Under transfers and subsidies, the 543,000 not spent was mainly due to the fluctuation in the exchange rate for the payments to the Commonwealth annual membership subscription. On payments of capital asset, the underspending was due to the delay in the delivery of computer equipment, outstanding invoices for the procurement of cellular devices from the service providers, and the reclassification of finance leases to operating leases in line with the directive from National Treasury. Next slide, please. In terms of the unauthorized and irregular, we did indicate that no such expenditure was recorded by the end of the financial year. However, the department recorded 2 potential cases on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. These transactions were under assessment at the end of the financial year that is conducted by internal audit. Next slide. The Audit and Risk Committee concurred with the Auditor General of South Africa's audit opinion and recommended to the department to maintain the clean audit opinion. In terms of international obligatory sessions, stakeholder engagements and capacity building, as well as deviations and variations, these were reported to the portfolio committee during the quarterly reporting period as part of reporting to the committee. Thank you, Chairperson. This brings me to the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Chair. It's our presentation as a department. I'm handing over back. I'm not sure if Minister wants to say something before. Let me hand over to the Minister, and the Minister will hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. That is our presentation, Chairperson. We hand over back to yourself. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much to you, Honourable Minister, to the DG and your team. Can I then take this opportunity? I think we can take hands at this stage. Honourable members, I know Honourable Angel Kanile would want to speak first to ask her questions. I also see the hand of the Honourable Tsotetsi. And the hand of, okay, we'll take it in that order. We'll ask Honourable Kanile to speak first. And then we will follow by Honourable Tsotetsi. And then I see Honourable Kanile showing me that she's got a connection problem. But let's start with the Honourable Tsotetsi and then we'll take it from there. And then followed by the Honourable Childcare Adonis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just have a few issues. There's emphasis on the control measures that are put in place to avoid the reoccurrence of the delay in the payment of invoices. I just need clarity to say, can they give us a sense of what are these control measures entailing? I'm saying that, Chair, because the reason they say there was this kind of delays is because they're saying some managers could not sign because they were actually assigned to other responsibilities. So perhaps can they abreast us with what is entailed in these control measures? The department came to the committee some time back and we raised issues about them putting programs or projects which they don't have a direct control over their implementation as part of their targets. That had to do with agricultural project which they wanted to do. I see there's a reoccurrence again of that practice. When you look at the target which is not met, which relates to the program that should be implemented by the SANDF, is I think it has to do with youth services. And they just give us a sense of why is there a continuation of a practice of putting a program which you don't have a direct control over its implementation as part of your target. The last one, Chair, there is a reported environment which was done. Money was taken from other programs to program one, which is administration. In the very same program one, which is administration, you have vacancies, which leads to underspending. Can you just get a sense of what exactly was this money put into in program one? Because seated where I'm seated, I don't want to imagine that it would have been put into the posts when there wasn't any personnel that would have been in those posts owing to the frustrations encountered in the process of filling in the posts. Yeah, Chair, let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Tsotetsi. I'm going to take the hand of the Honourable Kanile, followed by the Honourable Childcare Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, to the colleagues, and the Minister and everyone on the platform. Chair, I do apologize. I had some connectivity issues earlier. Firstly, I'd like to welcome the presentation that we have received And I'd like to reiterate or continue from what Honorable Zoteti has raised on the issue of the target by the SANDF that relates to the youth that has not been met. If my memory serves me well, I'm speaking under correction, Chair. I think in the last presentation, the same information that the same target was not met is the same presentation that we have received. And today it is here before us again. What I would like to find out is what has the department done to ensure that there is some work in terms of ensuring that this target is met. I'd like to know if there's been any action from the department. And Chair, also on the issue of the sanitary dignity program, I have picked up there was a line there that indicated that the department rolled out impactful campaigns in the Eastern Cape KZN, advancing right to dignity for women, girls through the sanitary dignity implementation framework. What I would like to find out is what evidence is there to support this and how many eligible girls were targeted in the Eastern Cape and KZN that actually received these sanitary dignity packs. Because the reason I am raising this, Chair, if you will remember, when we went for an oversight in March in KZN, the supplier indicated that not all eligible girls are receiving their sanitary dignity packs due to the limited budget. Okay, I think another one is with regards to the wash facilities that were monitored in a primary school in Hammanskraal, that is in Pretoria. I would like to find out, Chair, on what basis was the school selected and how feasible is it to select one random school? Yeah, I think that is all that I wanted to ask, Chairperson. Maybe later on I will have another bite. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kanile. Now is your opportunity, Honorable Chalke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can you kindly confirm that I am audible?
You are, ma'am. You can continue.
Thank you very much. And through you, Chairperson, I am going to request that I keep my visuals off and continue with audio. Chairperson, would like to first of all appreciate the presentation that was given to the Portfolio Committee by the department, but also citing some of the significant progress and development that has been made by this particular department, especially on areas of persons with disabilities. One would want to applaud. With this, in the same breath, one finds themselves quite concerned, and I think it also speaks to the elements that were raised by my fellow honorable members. Now, I want to see in terms of the departments. Yes, we evaluate the department's performance internally, but I think also internal performance should speak to the department's constitutional mandate, how they have been able to ensure that there's been levels of accountability, and how they interact with other departments. I think that should be part of what we see in the presentation that's coming from the department. In one of the presentations or the documents that we received, if I am correct, the department had cited that they had challenges with receiving reports from, I think, if it was cited, about 7 departments. How does the department look to going to rectifying this, and what intervention strategies are put in place to ensure that all departments are submitting their reports to this department when it comes to ensuring that they are implementing programs that are centered around women, youth? Chairperson, am I still audible?
Yes, Honorable Member.
Apologies for that.
No problem.
Thank you. To ensure that the departments that have not submitted the reports are able to comply, but also what recommendations would this department have for consequence management? Because I think the failure of other department and state institutions and entities failing to report to this department on areas that affect women, youth, and persons with
Recording
disabilities
stopped.
and the vulnerable really makes the work of this particular department very difficult. Understanding that this department is not a service-based department, but it is an administrative and an oversight department that has to oversee the implementation or oversee the implementation efficiency of legislation and whether other departments are complying and are implementing those programs when it comes to meeting the SDG goals and the NDP goals as well. Chairperson, my other concern would be what are the timelines? And perhaps I might have missed this when going through the presentations and also listening. What are the timelines in terms of finalizing the youth development bill? If we can have an indication on the timelines that have been set for that, and also the timelines that have been set for the finalization of the Disability Rights Bill, I think it's quite critical for us to have an indication and not to see ourselves having these particular bills turned over into the next administration and not being finalized within this particular period. And perhaps if we can have an indication of what some of the challenges or delays may be, or reason for delays may be. Chairperson, I also want to raise a concern on the underspending. If I'm correct, the underspending was about 9 million, 8 million. Can the department really, can it please be forthcoming as to the reason for underspending. The reason why I listened to the DG and also to the minister that this department is under resourced and underfunded. But if you have an amount of 9 million, 8 million that is not being utilized by the department, then there seems to be a disconnect when it comes to the planning. Can we please have an indication on how that this department is going to rectify that to ensure that there is no level of underspending, whilst in the same breath appreciating the clean audit that they received as a department in this um, financial term? Chairperson, I also want to ask in terms of it would be an ask and also a recommendation on developing a dashboard for the department in order for it to evaluate its efficiency and effectiveness and also the performance of other departments. I think the implementation of a dashboard that would assist them to really keep track of the APPs and strategies alongside with other departments APPs and strategy plans that are aligned to this particular department might make the work of the department much easier, but also we might have less reliance on consultants. Chairperson, I also raised the concern of the number of consultants again that this department is outsourcing. And I think what should be put in the next strategic plan and APP is how the department seeks to capacitate internal capacity training in order for us to move away from outsourcing or yes, outsourcing services rather than having internal capacity. My second to last chairperson, with the department indicates that in terms of the vacancy rate, the reasons that have been stated were because systems were down or because they are not using e systems, etc. What is the reason why that this department is not moving with the digital era? One would propose that there should be investment made by the department when it comes to its in I'm going to say its technological and digital infrastructural development in order for it to efficiently and effectively um, operate as a department? And can we have an indication what is the plan of the department of having an digital system that will process this? And I think what can be said is that what are the vacancies that are currently vacant right now? Can it please be repeated? What are those vacancies? Which ones are still open and which ones have been closed? So that we can have an indication of what this looks like. But also, how does this not filling the vacancies affect the operation of the department? Lastly, Chairperson, I think what is important for us to also just take an appreciation of, and I think Honorable Kanyile has alluded to this, is that how is the department able to come and say that they've met all the targets especially when you're looking at the sanitary dignity program, where there has not been full compliance in provinces. Perhaps if they can give us an indication of what formula or matrix are they utilizing to measure the efficiency of that particular program, which falls under the mandate of the department, even taking into consideration that the finances do not flow through this particular department. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I hope we will have an opportunity for second bite. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honourable Whip. And maybe I just wanted to indicate to the Honourable Minister, the DG, unfortunately, Parliament's programme has been split, and some portfolio committees are currently busy with this annual report process, while other portfolio committees are on oversight. And therefore, not all our members are currently present because some of them are on oversight. I think I want to start off by saying I fully agree with the whip of the committee that I think one thing that is lacking from us that we do not get to see, whether it's in your annual report or any of the quarterly reports or documents that you submit to us, is a clear indication in terms of which departments are you taking along in terms of the gender responsive budgeting, auditing and evaluation framework. I know you've mentioned in the documents that, of course, one of the targets is to monitor the implementation. But the question really then becomes the 11 departments that you trained or you gave them a workshop, which are those 11 departments, the 10 that you monitored, how are they doing in terms of the implementation of this framework? Because we got the sense when we worked or interacted with Treasury that most departments are not implementing this framework because they do not understand the framework. So I think when we talk about your core work, we really want to see a picture that starts to tell us that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is really taking along other departments in terms of the implementation of this framework, but also getting other departments to improve in terms of their responsibilities in terms of uplifting women, youth and persons with disabilities. I think the Honourable Whip mentioned the issue of the bills. So again, a target that was not met was the progress that we wanted to see around the wedgie bill. And I think we would need to ask going forward that we would want to see a sort of a project plan or an implementation plan for all of these bills. In other words, I think we need to get an indication about where we are with the bills and by what or timeframes in terms of by when we envisage these bills to be coming to Parliament. Otherwise, I fear this will be continuing to be a target that we are missing and we just don't see any progress in this regard. The whip also touched on the issue of consultants, but I also want to talk about your finances and the use of consultants and your audit action plan. The Minister mentioned in her introduction that there is no fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But in the section of the annual report on your PFMA compliance, there is a mention of the 451,000, which was also flagged by the Audit Risk Committee. And it says fruitless and wasteful expenditure under assessment. And this was due to the venues that you paid for that were not utilized. So I wanted to understand what is the status in this regard. With regard to your audit action plan, 55% of the audit findings were cleared. And then you say 3 is still in progress and 3 not actioned due to limited HR capacity. But I believe this not to be a suitable or acceptable situation because, in fact, if it's not cleared, it's just not achieved. And so actually then it's 6 targets that are not achieved. And I just want to find out how will we then resolve this, because not achieving these targets means no consequence management is taking place. Then on the issue of consultants, even though, there still seems to be an over-reliance in terms of the use of consultants, it seems like you are using consultants to do your core work. If we look at all of the reports, there's one report that says a rapid evaluation on government policy on women, youth and persons with disabilities owned businesses, a research report on the impact of climate change and mitigation strategies. And the list really does go on. So the question is, why do we continue to rely on consultants to do the core work of this department? The CGE told us on Tuesday when they met with us to table their annual report that they've got an issue with you with regards to the sanitary dignity program. And I just wanted to get whether you have an understanding or they've been in contact with you, or what is the problem in terms of their concerns with you and the implementation of the sanitary dignity framework or program. Then I want to go to the issue of what I mentioned in the beginning in terms of value for money, meeting targets, as opposed to just ticking boxes and improving the lived realities of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Now, the Minister notes in a foreword that the department's efforts have been instrumental in enhancing social cohesion and economic participation by vulnerable groups, such as women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Similarly, the Deputy Minister notes that the department has made significant progress in strengthening policy, advocacy, and program implementation to ensure that no one is left behind. But we do know the reality in South Africa is that a gender pay gap remains. We know that youth unemployment in South Africa is the highest, almost the highest in the world. And we know that reports suggest that almost 90% of persons with disabilities are not employed. So then the question really becomes, how has the department been able to enhance social cohesion and economic participation in the past financial year? And also, what evidence is there really to ensure that we were able to leave? What are the tangible evidence to ensure or to demonstrate that we left no one behind in terms of advocacy and program implementation in the 2024-2025 financial year? I think on the issues of HR, the WIP asked, why are we not moving towards a digital or e-system? But I think I did hear that it's in progress. But with regards to the vacancies, this is also an issue that remains, and it's not quite clear what is meant by unfilled HR posts, impeded job analysis processes. Because I'm sure if we are advertising for a director of something, where maybe it's or a secretary or a driver or whatever it might be, the job analysis or the job specs should be clear to everybody. So I'm not quite sure what is meant in that regard, if we can just get an indication. And then with regards to the vacancies, what is the current vacancies that are critical that need to be filled, and what are the timeframes for that? If we can just get an indication. I think we'll take responses now, Minister DG, and then I will ask members following responses whether there are any further follow-up questions. Over to you, DG.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if Minister wanted to say something before. If not,
I will come last, DG.
Late. Okay, thank you very much. Chairperson, the questions that have been asked have these following officials who will respond. And before Minister come in, if they've left anything, I'll respond to some and then I'll come in later. Ms. Val Matobela, Ms. Lechwale, Mr. Eshibiti, Mr. Machoba, Mr. OJ, Dr. Sukraj Ali, and Ms. Putima Belebele. Please respond to the questions that are relevant to you. And then if there are questions, if there are issues that have been left, I will come in before the minister comes in. Mbazima, maybe if we start with you. In terms of HR, also indicate that the 8.5 million from the 9 million was HR's compensation of employees, is not a budget on programs. And the fact that there's one person, also talk to the fact that there's one person, and then you talk to the people that are developing the system for free for us because we do not have money. IT needs money and we don't have money, but talk to all those things. Thank you.
Thanks, DG. Chairperson, honorable members, our minister and colleagues. I think, DG, the 8.5 million underspending in the main was compensation of employees. The reasons were advanced. there. It was during that time, control measures that DPSA and National Treasury have introduced. I think for this current financial year, it was indicated have been discontinued. So it's squarely within us, it's within our hands to fill those positions. So it's in the main. And obviously, we had one registry clerk who's responsible for capturing those many applications because it's manual. DPSA has introduced also another system when people apply positions, vacant positions, they need, if you don't have an e-services, the e-recruitment, you have to give them an email. And that email was going to one person who's a registry clerk and all these positions. So it was very, very difficult for positions that come through the emails because it was full IT in the main. They were assisting that desktop. It was not well, but others they come through the post, others it walk in. I mean, in the department they come and submit. So it was voluminous applications that were there, and it was one person. At one stage, we tried to other colleagues to assist at the lower level. It was putting strain on those other units. So it was not necessarily successful by then. But this current financial year as well, there is a service provider comply on that we requested to assist. They are busy assisting us now currently, and we have put it in order for us to say we're very serious. We put it also as an APP target so that by Q4, we make sure that this e-services, e-recruitment in particular, is there. We have already put it in the APP target. And I assured the DG also on Wednesday, if not Tuesday, still we had a budget meeting to say, well, I have a meeting yesterday. And indeed, I attended that meeting with them. And they are working so hard with our IT people that they're assisting us, so they created us. So we have started looking at it, and we're starting putting the job descriptions yesterday in the system because we're on the verge of advertising some critical positions now. So we wanted to start with them for now, moving forward. So we're 100% sure by the end of this financial year, so the e-recruitment will be in place, so it will alleviate us in terms of this burden at manual and everything. So we're on track on that. So I think there was a question, the question of these vacancies. At one stage, the chairperson, in terms of she's needed clarity why there was a job analysis. Chairperson, the whole financial year last year, we didn't have a job analyst. And we didn't have another person that deals with the OD and HR planning. It's a situation that we find ourselves in. So, but we've managed to get the OD person and the deputy director starting 1 March this year. Next month, now we're working around the clock to get the job analyst for these positions. So the lady is starting, I think, on the 1st of November. So the two colleagues that will assist us in the job description, job evaluation, all these compliance issues in terms of the OD guide, it will be resolved and quite a number of things. So the critical position that you ask, which are the critical positions? So it's a DDG, monitoring, evaluation, research, and coordination, which has been vacant. Our anticipated date of filling by then was 1 December this year. Obviously, this is the position that falls squarely on the minister. So minister has been so busy, been having constant engagement with the chief of staff as soon as the minister is available, because there are G20 activities and other things. So then we'll able to formalize a panel, shortlist, and interview. That it won't take time. Of course, it's a cabinet position. Obviously, if we can target, if we don't go to cabinet this year, it can go into cabinet early next year. The other one is a chief director, international relations, stakeholder management and capacity building. It's also a key position in the department. And the other position that is very critical for us, it's a director governance and compliance in the rights of youth. It's unfortunately it was filled but the person who was occupying it, unfortunately, it passed on in January, on the 16th of January this year. But we are anticipating to fill it early next year because we indicated January 2026. So in terms, we're still on track in terms of filling that. Another one is Director Strategic Planning and Reporting. And that position, it's very critical, Leona, to finalize it. The other one is Director Monitoring. The Director Monitoring, we're conducting the selection processes for now because everything is fine. It's with I was even pushing the Director HR to make sure that this position needs to be finalized as quickly as possible. I know the colleagues are engaged with the G20. It's a project manager, so the chief director there. But we said the shortlisting has been done. The only thing that's pending is the interview. I was even saying if they get time next week, they can interview. But if not, the first week of November, please, they need to interview that position. The Deputy Director Internal Audit is a critical position, chairperson. But fortunately, it has been, we have sought out all those requirements that were there with DPSA, with National Treasury, and everybody else. So the selection process is underway as well. They've done the shortlisting. It's only then they need to finalize the interview. I've indicated the Assistant Director ODNG because it's very critical for this position. You need that particular person to assist in terms of the compliance requirements prescribed by DPSA. So the person is starting on the 1st of November already. And then the other one, it's an Assistant Director Advocacy and Mainstreaming the rights of persons with disability. I'm sorry, Leon. I think the panel has been finalized. I think they're just finalizing the screening of applications. The Assistant Director Strategic Planning and Reporting, because there was nobody in that one. Don't get the director and the Assistant Director, at least will be fine. Fortunately, the Assistant Director will start work on the 1st of November because we have been pushing all these critical positions and the internal auditor. Leona, the recruitment is underway. So these are critical positions, if I have to sum up, that if we can fill them, at least they will relieve the burden other colleagues, because others, there are no people, they need to come and do the work for that one. I think the question at the consultants, I think maybe CFO can respond, but the part of it was not relating to corporate or HR, because the consultants, we don't have consultants except the one that are prescribed payment, yet audit and risk committee members. When people go for competency assessments, when people leave via PLIR, the health risk managers, those are the things that we normally pay, the head counts. Those are the consultants. They classify as consultants, but not necessarily in a true sense, they are consultants. Something, but that's how it was prescribed by DPSA and National Treasury. I think I've responded all the questions, DG. If I've left something, yeah, you can remind me. Thanks.
Morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is OJ. I'm just from the Youth Development Unit, from one of the two directorates. And then I just wanted to also reply to questions posed by honorable members. The first one is just basically on the non-achievement of the projects. And I just wanted to say it was alluded to that the response for the non-achievement on the farming and bakery projects are basically the same as previously reported on. The reason for that is just that the status is still the same, as the department has still not been able to secure possible funding from possible partners for the implementation. Obviously, it was also noted by honorable member with regards to putting, targets in APP as to there is not the resources allocated. So yes, we did learn a valuable lesson, not to be over-optimistic about implementing any activity without being in control, and having also the means to ensure the implementation, the proper implementation and the achievement of that APP target. So definitely we will only ensure to put targets and indicators on the APP that we have the resources for and that are within our control to ensure the achievement and the implementation. Yes, and also rightly so, yeah, our department's main mandate is not the implementation of projects, so we will definitely focus more on the working relations and the partnering with other implementing departments when it comes to certain projects, so that we can still be a part and ensure that our young people and youth living with disabilities become beneficiaries of other projects that are being implemented. And then just a second question with regards to the timeline on the South African Youth Development Bill. All that I can say is that the bill will go to Cabinet after we have completed the internal consultation and we got the approval from Minister to take it to Cabinet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to respond to the questions that are finance related. One of the questions that was posed was what are the control measures that the department has put in place to mitigate the non-payment of service providers within 30 days. We have since issued a financial instruction note to all officials in the department that conscientize them of the requirement to comply to this requirement. And what we've also done, because we observed that most of the invoices were mainly on payments of photocopier machines in terms of the consumption and the monthly rental. We have since shifted that responsibility from the units to finance and SCM, and subsequent to that, we have seen an improvement in this area of work. The environment that was affected in Program 1 from other programs, it was not on goods and services. It was mainly on, we transferred funds to transfers and subsidies within this program, as well as goods and services, because already compensation of employee reflected an underspending at the end. In terms of the audit action plans that were not addressed, as indicated, Chairperson, that the findings within the strategic management unit were not addressed due to capacity issues within the chief directorate, wherein there was just the chief director responsible to manage all operations within this chief directorates. And they are mainly on findings that were raised in relation to performance information audit, and these findings were related to material inconsistencies that were identified by AG during the audit of the 2023-24 financial year, errors in the annual report, as well as understatement of performance that was achieved. Audit findings that were in progress by the end of the 2024 financial year were in relation to reporting of deviations to AGSA as well as National Treasury, and the payment of invoices within 30 days, which we didn't achieve by the end of the financial year, and assets that were identified not having recorded in the fixed asset register. This finding, it was addressed during the verification of asset that was conducted during the period in preparation for the preparation of the financial statement for 2024-25 financial year, and we didn't have this finding raised during the audit that we are currently discussing. In terms, I just also want to add on one factor that contributed to the underspending on compensation of employees that was recorded by the department. I think in the slide I did make reference to the directive on control measures that was issued by the Minister of Public Service and Administration. That was mainly on management of filling of vacancies within government. And what that directive required was that before the department can fill a position, we needed to obtain confirmation of funding from National Treasury, and DPSA must then issue concurrence to the department to fill the position subsequent to confirming of funds by National Treasury. This process in itself had contributed to the delay, and hence it was withdrawn effective 1 April 2025 because there was that realization that it is also having an adverse impact in terms of progress on filling of vacancies within the department. Mr. Mbazima did also requested that I respond to the question relating to the use of consultants. The consultants expenditure that we reported in the department is classified as consultants relating to your competency assessments that we are paying in the department for officials that are subjected to the assessment as part of the recruitment processes. We also have the expenditure for the sign language interpretation services, which is also classified as under consultants, and also there are also human resource related expenditures that is classified as consultants, as well as the payment for the audit committee members. However, other consultants linked to payments of service providers that undertook research projects within the department, it's mainly due to the inadequate capacity within the department to be able to carry these research projects within the department, utilizing our human resource capacity. Where there is a gap and there's a need to be able to deliver on such projects, the department will then outsource this projects. I think, Chairperson, I've covered all the questions relating to, the one on fruitless expenditure. The question was, what is the status of this process? As reported by the end of the financial year, the transaction was still under assessment. We haven't received any report from internal audit in terms of the outcome of the determination of facts on this transaction, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Dineo will speak to the GRPBMEA. There were 3 questions on the 11 departments, the fact that they don't understand the GRPBMEA and all the information that she has to respond to. Dineo?
Thank you, DG. Good morning, honorable members. My sincere apologies, I might have missed some of the discussion, but from what DG has indicated, the implementation of the GRPBMEA, we do it across government. So in terms of our monitoring of the implementation, we have selected a few departments. In actual fact, as per the annual performance plan, we've selected 10 departments to assess for the implementation of the GRPBMEA. And over and above, to assess them is also to monitor their implementation and provide technical support. So technical support we provide by engaging with the department at the one-on-one level with all the managers in various components of the department. As the framework itself, it speaks to issues of planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing. In our engagement, we will then request that the colleagues that represent those various streams are part of the engagement, and we will then be guiding them in terms of what is expected from the level of institutionalizing priorities of women, youth, and persons with disability in anchoring the GRPBMEA. I just want to indicate that in the broader way that we coordinate the GRPD MEA, we are not leaving any department out. It's just only on the reporting side into the department. But eventually we'll then look at all the departments. There are departments that we prioritize, as I'm saying, we're talking about 10 departments. And one of the reasons we're prioritizing or selecting those departments, there's actually two main reasons why we select them. One will be on their poor performance in the previous financial year, and they will be selected into the next financial year. The second reason will be the non-compliance in terms of reporting. We will then bring them back again into the next financial year in terms of reporting. But overall, we will then be extending whether it's a capacity building session to all other government departments. But with this one, we provide more of a closer, frequent engagement with them. We also have dedicated quarterly engagement with them to take them through the tools themselves, what is expected of them. We go into their ESCO meetings to engage in the ESCO meetings to try to guide the broader work around the GRPD MEA as it's expected from the department themselves. I'm not sure, DG, if I've covered the question that I asked, but I'm here to add if there's anything I might have missed.
Thank you. I think there will be a follow-up if you didn't respond to them. Dr. Sukraj Eli, on
Thank
the
you.
monitoring and evaluation, and Puti can come in also.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, DG, I just want to highlight on the questions regarding the consultant on climate change. I just want to highlight at the outset that in the governance and regulations chief directorate of the Disability Rights Branch, it is only myself as the chief director, and I've got two officials, a director and a deputy director, who was responsible to do the monitoring on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities and other certain other monitoring in terms of improvement plans of evaluations that have been conducted, including the research oversight, including the coordination, and also then the national and international report writing that we have to look at. So we're very undercapacitated in this area, and therefore climate change, as well as it was a very specific area where expertise were required in the area of climate change, it was necessary that because of the magnitude of the research, it was qualitative, quantitative in the area of climate change. Our two officials would not have been able to they would have needed the entire year to focus on a research of that nature. And we clearly didn't have that capacity to do that because there was many other deliverables that we needed to meet. In terms of the APP planning and monitoring of the draft APPs of different government departments, we did monitor the APPs in terms of disability inclusion, looking at whether they had disability inclusive targets. We worked together with DPME, and also we provided different government departments with feedback according to whether the targets were in fact disability inclusive. We looked at their first draft and their second draft APPs to see whether they had taken our inputs on board, and where they hadn't, we provided the departments through DG to DG letters with feedback saying that if they hadn't incorporated, because we couldn't compel them to incorporate, we worked via DPME, and we also worked with advising on DG to DG letters that they must ensure that they included in their operational plans. And when it comes to the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities and the reporting, because there is no enforcement mechanism to compel departments in terms of providing full reporting, and in many areas, government departments seem still not to have certain disaggregated data according to disability, etc. We were not receiving reports timeously, or it was not specific to what we were requiring in terms of information, etc. So the only way we are able to do it is when we take the report through to cabinet, we do highlight all those departments, because we do send
DG to DG letters and Minister to Minister letters requesting information together with the draft reports, annual progress reports on the white paper to these departments. So by the time it reaches Cabinet, those departments who have not reported on particular pillars, etc., we highlight them in red so that it can be seen. And that is, for now, the consequence management from our side needs to come, from other oversight bodies as well. But we do our part in terms of identifying where the reporting is not actually forthcoming. In terms of just one area where I want to say we have made a little bit of progress with regard to making it, compulsory. We have had a meeting with the Minister of Public Service and Administration where we said it was clear that the employment equity targets were not being met by different departments on disability employment equity stats. And we as the department put together a circular and we presented it to the Department of Public Service and Administration. And we said to the Minister that this is the circular we've devised based on the Cabinet decision that the employment equity targets need to be increased to 3% from the 2024-25 financial year, increasing by a percentage by 2030. And we prepared the circular and we presented to him, and he indicated that he will actually release a directive that will compel departments to meet the employment equity targets according to the increase in a percentage each year until we reach 2030, and that there will be consequence measures in place that will be highlighted in the directive as well, should these targets not be met. For now, that is the response that I have for those questions. Thank you, DG and Chair.
Pucci?
Yes, thank you, DG. On the disability bill, I must indicate, apologies, I got cut off in case I missed something. I kept on getting cut off from the network. However, what I've captured on the question on the disability bill is that chairperson, members, minister, and DMs and DGs and colleagues, the bill is part of the discussion paper 163 titled Project 148 of the South African Law Reform Commission. The process started 3 years ago where we had the issue paper and it was consulted widely post-COVID, and that led to us having a discussion paper which also was published, and then upon closing that discussion paper, inputs were consolidated into what we now have as a discussion paper and a draft disability bill. We solicited inputs and widely consulted on that draft bill, and currently the process is at where now we are consulting on the second draft of the proposed draft bill with the South African Law Reform Commission. And the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities has been appointed as part of the panel of experts that's working with the South African Law Reform Commission in order to fast track the bill's processes. And that's where we are today. And we also consolidated all inputs and submissions with the South African Law Reform Commission to the advisory council members for this proposed draft bill. So the advert has gone out through the South African Law Reform Commission for consultations, which are widely publicized for inputs into the second draft bill. From here on, then the bill will be processed through the normal processes where we get a CS and all of those processes, and then eventually we'll submit it then to the portfolio committee and parliament for further processing. Yeah, that's where we are on the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pucci. When it's processed, it will be for public consultation, and then the process will start again and go back to South African law, to the state law advisors and all those. So it's still going to be a process, but there's movement. But also to indicate that the department had to intervene. The South African Law Reform Commission had to appoint the researcher, because we waited for a long time, and when we discovered that nothing is happening, when we asked them, they said they had to let the researcher go So we insisted that they must appoint somebody. That's why since late last year, things were moving because we had to intervene. Though I'll come in later with regard to issues that had not been responded to. DDG Shoki, there were questions about sanitary dignity. I know that you are not working on that. I've been trying to call Machova. Machova is not answering. Can you respond to that?
Okay. DG, some of the questions will need that I get back to the office and get the records so that I give accurate information on the numbers of girls reached out, which is information I do not have at this point where I am at my disposal. Pardon me for any noise in the background. I am in transit. But DG, I wish to indicate that when it comes to the awareness sessions that we normally create, quite often those sessions relate to issues around menstrual health management. In particular, you discuss about issues that relate to the onset of menarche, what it means to the girl child, but also at the end of the day, how will you then go through that period? What is expected from you as a girl child as you go through that period? Because some of them, they don't understand how to manage that cycle. They shouldn't be surprised when they get pains. And at the end of the day, it's all about how to teach them on how to dispose the product that has already been used, the sanitary pad itself, and also encouraging them, because they already have received a pad in advance, to always keep an extra pad at their disposal, to know their dates, to be ready when it comes. And in some instances, we know that they may not be regular, therefore they must always keep an extra pad with them just as a safety measure at the end of the day, to be responsive when an incident happens. And when it comes to the issues around what, we actually liaise with the province itself. It's the province that will indicate which schools they prefer that we all go to. If particularly those schools that they know that do have challenges around issues of infrastructure. But at the same time, it depends on the availability of the educators in those schools. So our program, in as much as we can plan, is highly dependent on the availability of those who are receiving us on the other side and are prepared to take a break at some point and take us through their admission facilities so that we do that assessment or inspection and we're in a position to write a report. So we don't choose a spirit that we liaise with the province, and the province is the one that will then direct us to that particular school as well. Unless we've received concerns or complaints that there are wash challenges in that particular school, then we will definitely target that school. Those are some of the few ones that I can remember. But in terms of those that requires specific members, I would prefer that we provide that response in writing. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, DG.
Thank you, DDG Shoki. But also, Chair, just to add, the issue of the numbers that are distributed, who is reached out and all those things. The provinces are responsible. The money that they get doesn't come to us. National Treasury sends money directly to the provinces. That is one of the challenges. I think the portfolio committee, the sixth administration portfolio committee, called all the MECs that are responsible, because in some provinces it's education, in some provinces it's social development, to come and account. I think those are some of the things that the portfolio committee need to do, to call the MEC who the money goes to say who have you given, how did you select, and all those things. They will be able to give all that information. I think I've called in everyone.
DG?
Yes.
Yeah, can I come in? I forgot to raise very critical information now, just in short. Ne? Yeah, yes. Thanks, DG. Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Yeah, I think when I was indicating in the number of positions, I want the portfolio committee at least to have a picture. I just want to say for DDG position that we received the application at 232, it's fine. We call it everything is fine, that one. But the entry level, lower level position, we receive each position, and there are many, each position we receive more than 4,000 application. I'm looking at one registry clerk, have to look, the position that were lower level, there were 7, if not 8. So if you multiply that one, it's a number of things. And the critical question that I was saying, it's printing because we print, they put in the one email, it's printing, it's the sorting, it's the stepping, those administrative work. So that's the part that delays in terms of this application. I think the electronic system is fine. The only thing that will move forward is maintenance and support, also the licensing moving forward. I think that's what I wanted at least to portfolio committee to have an idea. We are receiving so many applications. You can check anywhere where they are lower level posting, receive so many applications in the absence of an e-recruitment. When you do the manual, it becomes so difficult for us to do that. The printing itself, not sorting and stapling. Thanks. That's the part that I forgot to indicate. Thanks, DG.
Thank you. Chairperson, I think these are the answers that we wanted to respond to. But one that I wanted to speak to, I know OJ responded, but I want to add on that. We have partnered with South African National Defence Force because they have the capacity to train youth. Normally, when we appear before the portfolio committee will ask us, what are you doing? We don't have a budget. The unit that is responsible for youth, I think Mbazima said they are 11, but actually, always when they say in a unit there are 11 people, it would be 5 or 6 that are functional. The others would be your PA, your administration, and all those things. So in order for us sometimes to be able to achieve certain things, we have to partner with other government departments. So SANDF, the plan was what is the correct word? It was developed in the department, and the then Minister Dlamini Zuma met with the Minister of Defense to say, here's a program that we have. You have the capacity, you may have the means to be able to implement. Not that we develop programs which we're not in control of. And yes, we will not be in control of because we don't have money. When we go to someone and say, can you partner with us? Most of the time we say we don't have money. And that is one of the challenges that people would have, that we're not contributing anything. Money speaks. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me hand over to Minister.
No, thank you.
Sorry, Minister. I don't want to disrupt you. I'm wondering, and thank you, DG. I'm just wondering whether we can see if there are any follow-up questions, and then Minister can answer everything in one go. Will that be fine?
It's fine, Chair.
Okay. Colleagues, I just want to see if you've got any further questions. I see 2 hands, and I've also got some follow-up questions. I see the hand of the Honourable Totetsi and the Honourable Chauke Adonis. Honourable Totetsi.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I just felt like I must clarify the question that I had posed. The issue is not that it's wrong for the department to engage other departments in as far as delivering to young people is concerned. The issue was that the continuous inclusion of this as part of their targets has proved in the past to say that it creates them a problem of unmet targets. Now, that is still continuing. So I was saying that what is the logic of continuing to put issues that the department does not have the power to implement as part of its target? Can't it be put as part of advocacy program or something, as opposed to being something that they're saying they're going to achieve when they are not in position or capable of implementing that? So I hear that it's been responded to, but I thought that perhaps the response does not speak to the spirit at which this was asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Totetsi. I see the hand of the Honourable Chauke Adonis. I don't know if it's a legacy hand. I will hear from you, Honourable Member. Okay. I think that was a legacy hand, but let me just quickly ask just a few follow-up questions. My first question, I just want to check with the CFO whether you can give us the numbers in terms of how much money you have spent on G20 activities for the 2024-2025 financial year. What is the status of your donor funding? We did note that some funding had not been spent, and there were reasons given for that, if we can just get an indication in that regard. With regards to the clarity on consultants, we did get an indication that it was mainly spent on audit and HR. But there's a whole list of projects, about 21 projects that have been done by consultants on page 114 of your annual plan. So really, another question that arises, why should we use consultants to conduct performance reviews of staff? Is that not an internal function that can be done by HR? In other words, I'm sure respective managers will assess the performance of their staff. So really, why are we spending money on a consultant to do that? Also, CFO said that they could not fully address the audit action plan because of the shortages in the strategic management unit. But surely, again, one holds to account the respective managers in a particular program that did not submit the correct information, rather than blaming the shortages or the vacancies in the strategic management unit. Or am I missing something? If I can just get clarity in that regard. And then with regards to the sanitary dignity program and framework, yes, we are quite aware that the monies are allocated to the provinces, and you are aware that as a portfolio committee, we have been engaging with the Department of Basic Education and Social Development. But the department's responsibility is that of monitoring and evaluation. So I think the question really was around what is it that the department found in the course of you monitoring and evaluating in terms of implementation, the issues that you have found or flagged around implementation and budget. And also, I asked a question around whether you've been made aware that the CGE informed us that they've got an issue with you with regard to the implementation of this program, whether they've engaged with you and what the issues are. I think those are my follow-up questions for now. If we can just get some responses, and then we'll hand over to the Minister.
Chairperson, I am here.
Okay, Honourable Chauke Adonis, you can shoot your follow-ups.
Thank you very much, and apologies for the delay. I was struggling to unmute on my end. Chairperson, I think some of the questions that I wanted to put forward, you actually alluded to them, especially regarding our interaction and engagement with the municipalities and the MECs. I think that is something that we did as a portfolio committee by engaging with MECs from all the 9 provinces. So as part of that, what we had anticipated and expected coming from the department, as you have indicated, was for them to say, as part of their monitoring and evaluation, what have they found and what were the findings? And I think that is what we're asking for. And I think what we must emphasize, Chairperson, is that the department cannot keep on using the excuse that the money comes from Treasury and not through them. Their responsibility is to oversight, but also to evaluate and monitor the program for the sanitary dignity program. And therefore, they need to give us a comprehensive report that speaks to what is being done in provinces and how efficient and effective is that program. Not to necessarily say that the department does not receive the finances. We do know that they do not receive the finances, but what have they done as part of the mandate that is given to them? The second one, Chairperson, I wanted to, in terms of the vacancy, I wanted to find out, and I think this was not responded to, what has been the impact on the department's efficiency in not filling the vacancies. And I appreciate that the vacancies were listed, those that are underway in terms of the processes that are being followed, whether it be for verification, due diligence, interview, shortlisting, etc. but the critical ones that speak to the core mandate and functioning of the department, which ones are there and how long are they going to take to be filled? I think what was alluded to was that we're looking at timelines such as April and I think some January, if I'm correct. But have they set out a priority on the vacancies that need to be filled out by the department, and also put out a contingency plan that speaks to the impact of not filling those vacancies? I think that's quite critical as well. Lastly, Chairperson, on my one, and I do appreciate the responses. I think also I would like to highlight, in as much as in the report it alludes that targets were met for persons with disabilities, one would want to argue to say how was that measured through the directorate responsible for advocacy and persons with disabilities development, etc., within the department, because that is not realistic in terms of the targets being made. What are they using as a formula to measure the impact, but also to ensure that departments are also meeting that mandate? And I think that is one of the challenges that we're having with this particular department, is that they look inwards and not look outwards in terms of what their constitutional mandate is, which is to really monitor and evaluate other departments when it comes to their constitutional mandate that is given to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We spoke about gender responsive budgeting. We spoke to youth development, to the development and empowerment and protection of women, youth and persons with disabilities, the sanitary dignity program. We spoke about various programs that are within this department. How are they ensuring the accountability of other departments, and what are they recommending as part of consequence management for departments and municipalities that are not complying? And I know that as a portfolio committee chairperson, we will continue to advocate that this department must be capacitated with more resources in order for it to be more efficient and effective. And perhaps as a second one should be for this portfolio committee to perhaps consider legislatively what can be done to give this department more teeth in terms of ensuring its ability to hold other departments and agencies in government accountable for not complying when it comes to gender responsive budgeting, youth development, women's empowerment, the protection of and empowerment of persons with disabilities. And my last part on this, and I did not get a sense of this, how is the department able to evaluate the set-aside procurement policy that is put in place for women, youth, and persons with disabilities? How efficient and effective have they been in ensuring that they are able to do that? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chauke Adonis. I'm going to hand back to you, DG. At the end, we'll come to
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Oh yeah, I think Honourable Tsotetsi has clarified the question. Normally, what should happen if a program is not in our control? It must not be in the APP, but the operational plan. The AG monitors both or audits both the APP and the operational plan, but it will not go to the annual report where it says you didn't achieve this, what was in the operational plan. Maybe that is the solution to this, because it's one of the most important programs that if it can be implemented, it can reduce the crisis of unemployment. But I think even South African National Defence Force also has a challenge of finances and other issues because the budget cuts and all those affected everyone. But I hear what you are saying. The solution is putting it in the operational plan, which are both monitored by the AG. I would like the CFO to come back. CFO, I won't start with you, but be ready to talk about how much was spent for the G20 and the issue of the donor funds. And then on the clarity on the consultants, I think different people will report to this, because one of the consultants or some of the consultants that are referred to, the officials that we appoint with the EU funds, because we can't call them public servants. They are appointed as consultants. Even the provinces say the same thing. Those that are assisting us to assist the provinces to be able to implement GRPB-MEA, but also the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. So I will request Machoba to talk to the follow-up questions on the sanitary dignity, and he'll be able also to respond to the questions that were asked before about Hammanskraal and the awareness that was conducted in the Eastern Cape. I will also ask Mbazima to talk to some of the questions. Yeah, I think it's the CFO and Puti and Pravina need to talk also about compliance by departments. And Dineo, where they're talking about departments, how is the department able to evaluate the set-aside policy? It's your responsibility, so you talk to that. So can I start with Machoba? Dineo, Mbazima, CFO, you'll come in last. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, chairperson and DG, and the rest of the participants. I'm going to briefly speak to the fundamental challenges that we have with the Sanitary Dignity Program, and also speak to the interventions that we have made, and also the most immediate intervention that we also want to make with the National Treasury. The first challenge, honorable members, which is not really strange to you, it's just that it is persistent. One is that there are chronic supply chain management delays in provinces, and they report to us about that every quarter. But the issue that is quite interesting and worrying is that when we try to diagnose exactly what is the problem with supply chain management, we are not given information that we can really take home, except that they become very cryptic, they become very cagey about it, but there are chronic inefficiencies with SCM processes. But of course, I'm not talking about all provinces. I'll take Eastern Cape, KZN, to a large extent out of the equation, but with the rest of the provinces, there is that challenge. That is why you'll find that the rollout to learners becomes then inconsistent. And secondly, one of the challenges institutionally also within the implementing departments in the provinces, being either the departments of social development or departments of education, is that the Sanitary Dignity Program, honorable members, becomes a stepchild. In other words, is either the Sanitary Dignity Program is integrated systematically and methodically within existing programs in provinces, whether you talk about HIV, AIDS, or social behavioral change programs, or anything of that nature. It's either you integrate it within existing programs for efficiency, or if you want it to be a standalone program, then you give it the necessary human capacity, because there are also chronic human resource challenges. Mpumalanga has reported that, the Northern Cape has reported that, Northwest has reported that, and there does not seem to be any mitigation in terms of human resource capacity. Instead, there's a shrinkage of human resource capacity. So that is those are some of the issues that are really a challenge in as far as the real impact in as far as the program is concerned. And then in terms of what interventions we have done, let me first speak to the CGE. An honorable member alluded to the CGE. We have had an interface with CGE because they were inquiring, especially on some of the anomalies in the Northwest, of which we provided all the necessary information. But the positive thing is that CGE is not adversarial. They want to work closely with us. In fact, we are supposed to have a meeting with them as a unit to see, because they said we need to perhaps work together and see what strategies can we employ. So we are hoping that then, with that kind of impetus from CGE, they will be able to also assist us. And then secondly, we developed what we call the financial flows assessment to assess the financial flows in each and every province. We did that in collaboration with National Treasury and the United Nations Population Fund, because we did that exercise in order to explain to each and every problem where the blockages are in as far as the usage of the budget. We've met all the provinces, we've gone to them, we've said, here is a problem that you need to fix in terms of your budget, because it's either the budget is not used, or it's not optimally used, or if it is used, it's late, perhaps it's on the third or the fourth quarter. So we then urge the provincial treasuries to also assist in monitoring to ensure that this situation is unblocked. We have also conducted M&E workshops with all the provinces to capacitate them in terms of conducting monitoring and evaluation in order to also complement what we do at national level, because also we'd have our own capacity constraints. So if we train them at provincial level, it will give them then the ability to also do the monitoring and then complement the work that we do as well. And then lastly, the immediate meeting that we are going to hold now with National Treasury, so that we can report to the Director General and to the Minister, respectively. We are trying to look at what alternative procurement models can we develop now. So we have this impending meeting with the National Treasury unit that deals with intergovernmental relations. And we'll also rope in the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer to look at, besides the current method wherein the allocation goes to provinces and then provinces then conduct their own procurement processes, what alternative models can be suggested, or what are the existing procurement models at this stage, so that then we can report to the DG and the Minister and see whether we can gravitate towards those models or whether there is a way of improving existing models. But the fact of the matter is that at this stage, with the way that provinces are largely unresponsive, we'll never really see the full impact of this program on the learners that need these products more than anything in the world at this stage, in order to ensure that there's uninterrupted learning and that there's proper menstrual health and hygiene. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Pravina, there were questions about monitoring on women, on youth, and persons with disabilities. So it's Pravina Shoki and OJ about the role of the department in monitoring the external and Dineo. So you'll follow in that way. Pravina and Puti.
So, DG, with regard to the monitoring, we constantly on a quarterly basis, we get information from the different departments in terms of the reporting on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. We do a consultative meeting with different government departments to also report on the various areas. And we then send out the draft reports that we have, where we've managed to collate the information. And all of this is done manually because we don't have an automated reporting system. And this is how we are able to get information, and where we don't, we constantly try and follow up, and where after we have to put the report together. We also have to monitor in terms of the UN independent experts, special rapporteurs, etc., where we have to ask government departments for information, engaging with them through DG to DG and minister to minister letters. Including last year, we had the UN country report, where we really struggled with monitoring government departments' performance and answering questions that were put forward by the UN committee. And as much as we put together the report to the best possible place that we could get it by getting information from departments, we were able to eventually submit the report by the deadline, but there are clearly certain gaps as total government that we need to be able to pull together in terms of automated monitoring, collection of data statistics by different government departments, etc., that need to be amended so that we can actually get that information. I just wanted to also add, in terms of the inclusive targets, we try our best to ensure that these targets are included in the different government departments' annual performance plans, and with an aim to then make sure that we're able to reach the disability equity targets in terms of employment, in terms of procurement, in terms of beneficiaries who are disabled, services offered to persons with disabilities, etc. However, this is the extent we can do it, where we're monitoring the targets in terms of the draft APPs, first draft, second draft, and thereafter it's up to the DPME and that particular department who then agree on that particular annual performance plan to make sure that it is indeed inclusive. Insofar as advocating on those targets, that is constantly what our advocacy and mainstreaming side does when it comes to implementation of those particular targets. I think that is insofar as my questions were concerned. DG, I have answered the question regarding the climate change research.
Thank you. Before Puti comes in, I just want to add to what you've said about automation of monitoring and evaluation. Yes, until we are automated, it will be difficult because we collect information manually and edit manually and all those things. So the donor, who is the innovation center that is automating for us, that Mr. Mbazima spoke to about, the e-recruit. They are not just focusing on the e-recruit. They are helping us with everything. I've reported the last time to the portfolio committee that we'll be doing training on gender-based analysis, how to educate people to be able to do mainstreaming. That one is already automated. We're just waiting for finalization of little things. So they'll be automating all M&E, whether it's M&E for youth or procurement, so they're automating everything. And that will help the department, because everyone, every department, every province, every municipality would have to upload the information on the systems. So it would make it very easy. So the portfolio committee must just hang in there. We will get it right as soon as they have done that for us. Thank you very much. Puti?
Yes, thank you, DG. Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that in terms of compliance, also in relation to programs like entrepreneurship for persons with disabilities, which are meant to ensure that we have a cohort of persons with disabilities who are able to uptake on and participate in the mainstream economy. One of the issues that we have found that was hindering departments from complying with ensuring that persons with disabilities participate in their service provision or economic activities was the fact that when they register on the central supplier database, we found that they were then offloaded from the SASSA system. So we have had an engagement with SASSA, DSD, and Treasury to actually resolve this particular matter, and we are improving even on the systems with CSD in terms of uploading information for persons with disabilities, so that their monitoring and evaluation and tracking system is able to assist departments to track the number of persons that are have registered their companies, but also assist those that are already very active in business and so forth. And therefore, SASSA is also, we have drawn the attention of SASSA to the challenge of them being offloaded, because that was making persons with disabilities to then not want to register their companies and therefore not participate in the mainstream economy. And therefore, that meant that it will be difficult for departments broadly to find entrepreneurs with disabilities. That's number one. That's work in progress, and SASSA is looking into that, and we are on a weekly basis meeting to actually track progress in terms of ensuring that that particular problem does not continue. Secondly, is that we, through our engagements with the sector and also various departments, we found that there's a capacity challenge in terms of most of our persons with disabilities or entrepreneurs with disabilities in engaging with different requirements that are set for them to participate in the mainstream economy. We therefore are having regular entrepreneurship and capacity building workshops to capacitate them on entrepreneurship, but also on business skills, but also on interfacing with the various requirements that are required by various stakeholders. We've already had those engagements and we are continuing with that, and we'll be proceeding intensifying the capacity building workshops, including how to register companies from a company, a normal PTY limited, also into non-profit companies. And this came about because we're trying to deal with the problem of the funding, the funding that is now depreciating due to other matters beyond our country's control of supporting non-profit organizations or non-governmental organizations. So we are trying to say also the non-governmental organizations can participate in the mainstream economy through other ways, and we are exposing them to those opportunities. I thought that in terms of compliance, I should just be able to indicate that beyond the compliance that is done by monitoring and evaluation, when we have picked up on the issues and the gaps and the challenges, we then come up with programs to actually intervene and ensure that we mitigate on this particular non-compliance areas that departments are experiencing, especially those that we know as a department we can intervene on. Yeah. Thank you, DG. Thank you, members, and thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Mbazima.
Thanks, DG. Thanks, DG. I think Honorable Chauke also in terms of your follow-up question. It's one question, but put it, what are the impact of efficiencies in not filling the critical position, and what are the contingency plan of not filling those critical positions? I think what the department has done to mitigate this one, in terms of efficiencies, I think it's felt across certain, we can't feel it. I mean, certain targets will not meet it and stuff like that. But what the contingents that has been put in place, for instance, I just want to give you one example that the department has decided to do. And of course, I didn't get a consultation from the minister and the DG, but the program 3, which cut across in terms of transversal function, look at the impact of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. There was one official who wanted to go and retirement, not necessarily reaching the actual 65, but between 60 and 65, wanted to leave. But the department have to request that person to remain in the position so that assist that particular program, so that we mitigate the efficiencies, we mitigate the implementation of certain programs that cut across the 3. So that was one of the mitigating factors, because we said until we fill the post at DDG, this person can remain. Moreover, on an institutional memory, that was with that person because he has been long in the public service. So that was the thing. So currently now, if I have to say, safely say, in terms of that decision from the minister and the DG, it's assisting us for now. But that's why I'm saying that person can't leave now until we feel the DDG handover and stuff like that. Other position, for instance, like we're saying, we feel the position in strategic planning, which is critical in terms of the performance information reporting and stuff like that, with the DPME and stuff like that. So yeah, those are the one. And the internal audit, I know there are new standards that have come in now. And then, but DG, I mean, intervene. That's why I'm saying we'll fill that particular position, because if DG didn't intervene, for instance, we're going to feel that impact moving forward. So those are the things that at the level here, your minister and DG, they intervene and assist us just juggling around to make sure that we remain within, we comply or we implement the bare minimum in terms of the service delivered. But if I've left something, like I'm saying, yeah, they can add. Thanks, DG.
Thank you. Before I call a CFO, Chairperson, I forgot to add to Pravina as you are speaking, but I think Minister also will speak to that in terms of the impact of the Minister, of the meeting of our Minister with the Minister of DPSA in terms of appointing of persons with disabilities. There are going to be serious consequences for not appointing persons with disabilities, but I'll leave it to the Minister. CFO.
Thank you, DG. In terms of the question on the G20 expenditure, for the 2024-25 financial year, which is the year under review, the department spent 30,000 towards catering from its voted fund. This was for the first technical meeting that was held virtually at DERCO. And in terms of the donor funds on EU, the department spent 23.8 million, and on CARA fund, we spent 3.3 million. And this was also disclosed on note 3 of the financial statement, as well as the annexure on page 173. On the issue of the competency assessment, I'm going to request Mr. Mbazima, if I'm not representing correctly, it's not the assessment for the performance of officials within the department. This is the assessment for potential candidates who qualify to be appointed to my apologies, to various positions that are advertised, and the service providers that are used by the department are those that are pre-qualified by the DPSA. The manager responsible for the findings within the strategic management unit, Mrs. Van Matobela, is in the meeting. I would request through you, Chairperson, just to share the challenges in terms of implementing the audit action plans for that particular unit. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, I think we have responded. We will hand over to the Minister.
Okay, thank you.
Unless if there's anything that we didn't respond to. Oh, Dineo. Oh, sorry. Yes, I forgot yes, it's critical that Dineo responds. Sorry.
Thank you, DG. Yeah, I saw the hand of Dineo up, so thank you.
Thank you. I was just wanting to nudge the DG. On the question of evaluation of the preferential procurement, we have in the past, I think I would say 5 years, conducted 2 evaluations in relation to the preferential procurement policy. The first evaluation we've done was in 2022, where we were looking at the overall implementation on the policy on preferential procurement. And the second evaluation we conducted at the conclusion of, let me just say 2024, where we were looking at the impact of the preferential policy on preferential policy. I'm not sure whether we will be able to. There's a lot of interesting findings that have come through the studies, and perhaps if it's possible, maybe we might have time to come and present both the findings of the 2 evaluations. But in the main issues that came in the initial studies were still challenges of the set aside and not an instructive directive within the department. So the department would decide whether whatever percentage they wanted to use. Never mind that there is the 40% procurement or what we call presidential pronouncement in terms of preferential procurement. And over and above that, some of the challenges still remain that there is no disaggregated data in department, because our focus is in government in terms of understanding how the preferential procurement spend is allocated. So that also remained one of the challenges in terms of that. And maybe just over and above, because this still remain one of the challenges where department will indicate that they would like that National Treasury issue an instruction on this set-aside percentage for implementation. And one of the other issue, I think as members and colleagues are aware, has been how these set-aside numbers were contested through court sitting, and the final conclusion has always been that the accounting officer have the responsibility to ensure that there is implementation of preferential procurement target within their department. And what we've seen actually with the latest study was that department will set various targets. There are some that will have higher target as opposed to the 40, 30, and 5% preferential procurement for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And one of the other findings that was coming across, especially in the one that we've done, which was the impact evaluation on the preferential procurement policy implementation, was that the business side, they were indicating that at most time they are not aware of this project and how the tender spaces are issued, etc. So one of the recommendations was that we needed to do a robust market search to bring in women, youth, and persons with disability own business to understand that these are the provisions that have been made and this is how you access these services, etc. So I thought maybe to just share a bit. So we do have 2 studies that we have done on the evaluation relating to preferential procurement, the implementation, as well as the impact. And in terms of the issues around monitoring, I think DG can go on, I can be guided. But in terms of the monitoring, what is happening, I think upfront, we can really confirm that we have not, as a department, been more effective in doing, the on-site monitoring activities. And one of the reasons we have always highlighted has been issues of capacity. So the monitoring that we are literally doing is the related desktop research monitoring. And from our end, we have been producing an annual report on monitoring that focuses on the indicators that are currently consolidated within the country gender indicator framework, which include various indicators for women, youth, and persons with disability. We have also tried in some of our annual report to align this indicator in terms of the selection with what was in the MTSF. And now we also are trying to align again with what is currently in the MTDP. So there is that type of monitoring that's happening. But core to this, the challenge still remains. We will have a lot of aggregated data that is provided by the department, but when it comes to issues of disaggregation, it becomes a problem. We have started engagement with DPME to look at various options of how then do we emphasize that there is disaggregation. One of the changes that was happening is that in the framework guiding the strategic plan and APP, the template for indicator descriptor, it includes a component where you have to indicate the disaggregation target. And I think there is still a struggle because the department will opt to say that their indicator is not applicable in terms of the disaggregation. But we've also seen that is perpetuated by the fact that even at the planning level, sometimes the actual target is not provided. We are still working to ask a DPME. We already had an engagement with them to say, how then do we make for the department that have identified the disaggregation at targeting space to then report in the same manner during the EQP or the quarterly reporting phases? Because what we've realized is that when it comes to reporting, there is no kind of a mandatory option to still report in a disaggregated manner if you have provided that indicator during the planning. During when you submit the actual plan, be it the strategic plan or the annual performance plan. Maybe I should stop there, but I think there's a number of activities that we have been doing to resolve some of the issues. We are also monitoring, as Dr. Pravina has indicated, the recommendations that are coming out from the evaluations that we have made. And I think one of the things that we are sure it has influenced even the preferential procurement bill was the study that we conducted in 2022 in terms of what is happening around the departments, the understanding and the lack of in terms of the policy and how it's supposed to be implemented, and who is responsible for setting the target between the departments themselves as well as National Treasury in terms of the set-aside target. We've also, through that study, we managed to engage with DPME, and the percentage of preferential procurement, 40%, was also elevated into the framework for the annual performance plan and strategic plan. Maybe I can pause there. Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you. Just to add to what Dineo had said, as she was presenting, she was saying maybe we need to educate the public in terms of what they must do. I think some of the members, or I think this portfolio committee has more new members. Those that were there would know that we did radio talk shows where we communicated with the public in 11 languages on how to trade with the state. It was a partnership with the DTIC, more especially the one where people register companies and all those, and National Treasury and SARS, so that people can be taught in terms of compliance in order for them to be able to deal with the state. However, it's very expensive. It's very expensive. So when we wanted to follow up, we wanted a 10-month, it was a 2 months radio talk show. When we wanted 10 months, they wanted 28 million. And you know, it's a department that doesn't have money. At the time, we had 31 million. But also in terms of how, because as a department, there's nothing you can do if the other department is not complying. You just write reports and all those things. So we published an article in the GCIS Public Service Management magazine where we named and shamed, where we acknowledge those departments and provinces that are reporting and complying and those that do not. So those are some of the means that we have put in order to ensure that people comply, but also we report to cabinet. DDG Shoki, she had a hand, she didn't report on women. Thank you very much.
Okay,
DDG Shoki, and after her it will be the minister. Yes.
Thank you, DG. You covered me with your last comments, but suffice to say, we have M&E frameworks for all our strategies, and I will relate to the NSP one in particular. That M&E framework has clear indicators and timelines. The first part is the 5-year horizon that we have, and the next 5 years, which is the 10-year horizon. But using that indicator, the M&E framework, we then share it with the departments. They provide progress report in terms of the work that they have been doing. And with that, we are able to collate reports on a quarterly basis on areas of development. But in addition to that, we are in a position to even report to the Director General's forums, the various fora that we have, from economic to social, and there's that kind of peer review amongst themselves on areas of development and areas of collaboration for them to have maximum performance in particular indicators. So that is part of the M&E that we are doing. And we've just conducted a review, a 5-year review in partnership with the private office and DPME on the NSP. That report will soon be tabled to the minister, who will provide guidance in terms of further inputs as and when they are required. And it is a report that will then be taken and be tabled to relevant structures and also be taken to the public. So that's it in a nutshell, but we apply a similar principle. The only part where we do a lot of on-site visits is the sanitary one, and Mr. Machoba had already alluded to that. Thank you so much, DG.
No, DDG Shoki, can you talk to the JCPS, how we've managed to influence the JCPS now to have to go to provinces, to Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga?
Okay.
Please talk to those two.
With the JCPS and within the 90 days Blitz program, we are in a position to work closely with the JCPS chairpersons, supported by our own minister and the Minister of Social Development as co-chairs of the IMC for Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. They choose a particular area and we then visit that area. We'll do a profile in advance and we go there knowing exactly what are the issues, but we are in a position to even report plans as well as progress in those particular areas. But it's the entire JCPS. It addresses GBV in broadly, or it addresses crime in those specific areas and how exactly is government responding to those areas. We've picked up challenges, particularly when it comes to the functionalities of the Tutuzela care centers in respect of civil society organizations. Puti already alluded to the fact that most of them are also affected by the US directive, but we managed to put a plan in place to say in instances where a civil society organization cannot provide after-hour services, particularly from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we have linked them with the GBV Command Center, because what is most important on our part is the provision of psychosocial support, because the medical legal aspect is actually addressed by the doctors that are on site. The challenge is around the provision of psychosocial support. But that's how far we've gone, and we've seen a lot of improvement, because post those visits, we are able to emerge with a report and with findings and recommendations, and we monitor those with the department in terms of implementation. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chair. Can we hand over to the Minister?
Yes, thank you, DG. Over back to the Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me also welcome the questions asked by the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and yourself, Chairperson, and the opportunity given to us to respond to questions. Maybe to indicate, Chairperson, that maybe we focused on reporting on unmet targets, then maybe the whole report, annual report, which also includes our met targets, which are quite more, and each leader of the program or branch could actually expand on the work that we are doing, ensuring that things get implemented, that we monitor, that we evaluate, that we prepare reports, that we take to cabinet, that we talk to ministers, that we talk to DGs, and even account to the portfolio committee like we are doing here today. I think it could have actually been very comprehensive had we covered almost everything. But the fact of the matter is that, Chairperson, some of the questions are as a result of probably not us presenting the whole annual report. Chairperson, on the issue of projects that we are not responsible for implementing, we did even, I think, early last month, indicate that indeed those projects are not dependent on us, and we said to the we pleaded with the portfolio committee to say maybe if they can understand. However, if the portfolio committee feels that we've got to remove them from our APP because their implementation is not dependent on us, we can't do that. However, when we're facing a crisis in South Africa, a crisis of youth unemployment at 62%, and the president makes that statement during the State of the Nation address. When in the past a statement was made that South Africa is prioritizing education, all departments, even those that had nothing to do with education, they had to do something in as far as education. Even departments that normally are not implementing departments. For instance, I was at the Department of Transport. We had to allocate money. We had to send students to universities. We had to sign MOUs and send students to universities to study transport-related courses, 12 of them for that matter. But of course, that would definitely not be the role of the department, such as the Department of Transport under normal circumstances when everything is normal. When we were thinking that we could have such targets, we were thinking that when we say youth unemployment is a crisis, we probably need business unusual measures to deal with that issue. And that is why we would have the SANDF youth-led program, not implemented by the department, but led by the SANDF. And in that regard, we have assisted by actually submitting a funding application to the National Skills Fund for the department, together with the Department of Defense, to be able to implement this program. And we have actually been informed that our application is at the final stage of approval, whether positively or negatively. We're hoping that we will get a response from the National Skills Fund because we believe that all of us should play some role in dealing with the issue of youth unemployment, in particular this department that has to lead on youth issues as yes, indeed, in as far as advocating, in as far as coordinating, which we have got to do. But we're thinking that maybe we need to do something extraordinary, responding to 62% of youth unemployment in the country. However, if the members of the portfolio committee feels that we've got to remove those targets, probably to business a plan, we can't do that. But that is what we're thinking we're responding to. Chairperson, as the DG was indicating, and I think Chief Director Pravina, we have been to the Minister of Public Service and Administration to say, Minister, the departments are not responding positively to employment equity of persons with disabilities. It's only probably ourselves as the Department of Women, which are at 5% and a plus, the Department of Tourism, the Department of Trade and Industry, and of course the Department of Small Business Development that are meeting the requirement of 4% right now. And the minister in response said, not only am I going to issue a circular to departments, because of course we're talking about public service here, but I'm going to issue a ministerial order because that one is stronger than a circular. And that's exactly what we're working towards. So these are the measures that we put in place, that we implement to ensure that departments comply. Because either than that is to write the report, is probably to go to cabinet. The president said, Minister, if they don't respond, come and report them to myself, etc., etc. These are the things that we are trying to do to force departments to implement some of the frameworks, some of the policies, some of the legislation, in fact, the legislations for that matter or policies that the department is actually leading on. I just want Chairperson again to say this. National Treasury, not us, says money follows a function. Money follows a function. If indeed the sanitary dignity is our function, money should, therefore the function must be followed by money. That's what National Treasury says. And it cannot apply elsewhere and don't apply elsewhere, because then that is inconsistency. And if the function remains with National Treasury, that is the money allocation remains with the National Treasury. As a matter of fact, it means the function as well. So when we are expected to account, which I do not have a problem with, however, National Treasury must also be present because they decide to send money to provinces that are not spending on the function. They decide to send money to provinces where we have written reports to say these people are not even buying those pets from women-owned companies. They're buying them from anywhere else, etc., etc. But we can't punish those provinces by not transferring that money until they meet the requirements of the grant. We can't do that because the National Treasury is doing it. That makes the oversight function by the department a little bit difficult because you are able, in the case of a grant, I say it from experience, you are able to punish people by not transferring money for as long as they don't meet the requirements as set out by yourself or the National Treasury in terms of the grant conditions. In this case, we can't do that as a department. So we continue, yes, to go to provinces, we continue to go to Free State, we continue to workshop them, etc., etc. But when they don't respond in terms of what we have done, we don't have a stick to use, which is money, which makes provinces to run when you don't transfer money to them because they are not meeting the requirement. And therefore, for me, I think it is an issue that whilst we are to account, but I think the portfolio committee should also probably be amenable to say, let's call it National Treasury every time we are to account on this one because they are saying the function is with them by being themselves transferring to provinces. That's what they are actually saying, and communicating not only to us, but to South Africa, that we remain with the function of sanitary dignity. They can't just transfer and then be scot-free, and it can't be correct. They themselves are saying that. Chairperson, maybe one other issue that I wanted to respond to was the issue of the Youth Development Bill. Indeed, Chairperson, we definitely want to take it to Cabinet. But we've looked at the bill. There are quite a number of issues that we think we need to correct in the bill. We had a discussion with the branch. Some of the issues, they actually impact on other existing legislations. Just want to make an example. If you add a structure within the department, you are changing the design of the department. In terms of the Public Service Act and public service regulations, that means the Department of Public Service and the minister must approve. If you have a legislation that does not accommodate that, then it becomes a problem, or a bill that does not accommodate that. If you want to establish a structure in the ministry, I'm making an example, it has to be in line with the ministerial handbook. If it is not, then it becomes a problem because you are acting outside the ministerial handbook. You are creating a structure in the ministry that is not in line with the ministerial handbook. So those are the issues that we are trying to fight, to deal with as quickly as possible, so that we're able for it to take out for consultation, back to us, consolidate inputs, back to Cabinet, and then of course take it to Parliament for Parliament processing. We're trying to speed up these processes, and of course we're believing that we'll, as soon as possible, we'll be able to cover that. But I just wanted to explain the issues, that it's not like we're doing nothing about it. Indeed, we had a discussion with the branch, and we were all agreeing that there are some issues that might require some redrafting and probably some correction, to the extent that you don't have one bill that is establishing about 9 or 10 structures or entities or units, etc., in one bill, because it does create a lot of confusion to the extent that you don't understand as to what the bill wants to achieve. But that is where we are, Chairperson, in as far as that bill is concerned. And the timelines, would really wish to that we speed up the processes. I also want maybe to say something about I think I've covered quite a number of the issues that I wanted to respond to, because I think others. Chairperson, maybe the last one that I said I would want to cover. The department here wishes to inform the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities that our Director General Advocate, Joyce Maluleke, has tendered her resignation as the DG of the department. We received this letter at the beginning of the month, and we're really shocked. And therefore, the DG is serving her final month, which is October, in office. And therefore, she could be presenting this annual report for the last time. Her contract was supposed to end on the 31st of December, 2024. It was extended from August up until December, because we could not extend it beyond that, because in terms of what we were told is that when a person reaches the retirement age, you can't go to Cabinet and say, I'm appointing this, and you add whatever other years outside that. So if you want to extend beyond the retirement age, then that's a process that is independent, that you will have to bring to Cabinet and make a motivation, and probably to Cabinet and make a motivation. So it could only be extended up until the end of December this year. That actually had happened to another DG in one department, and I think there was a mistake of appointing the DG for 5 years instead of, I think, a year or so. But that has since been corrected, because it did not only apply to our DG, it also applied to any other DG. That was the explanation that was given to us, to say you can't go beyond the retirement age. But then if you want maybe to add 2 years, then you have got to come back and present a motivation for that at the time when the term is about to end. And Chairperson, I just want to say to us that, to the Portfolio Committee, that throughout the tenure of the DG has served with astute diligence and utmost dedication advancing our transformative mandate for women, youth, and persons with disabilities, despite this minuscule budget and a lean organizational structure. We deeply appreciate her enthusiasm and remarkable championing of the sector's work, including her leadership in delivering a successful G20 Empowerment of Women Working Group. I must say, Chairperson, that personally I've worked with quite a number of DGs as Deputy Minister and sometimes as Minister. I think our DG is one of the most knowledgeable DG, particularly when it comes to the sector. You wouldn't ask her any question and she will not be able to respond to the question from a very knowledgeable point of view, but also that she actually had expanded our relationship with quite a number of other stakeholders. And of course, you will agree that the DG during her tenure has championed key legislative and policy advances, among them the development of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act, instrumental contributions to the DWYPD bill, and of course the Public Procurement Act and the regulations that we are busy with. And of course, the establishment of Directors General responsible for women's development and empowerment within the SADC region. This is a structure that she championed and led without anyone pushing her to do. And indeed, we do extend our sincere gratitude for exemplary service. We do wish her a very success in her future endeavors. And we actually have said to the DG, it's unfortunate that she leaves just at the end of the month when we are busy with massive project of G20, Empowerment of Women Working Group, without funding, without much support that we require. But of course, we have said to her, even after she leaves, she will actually be in a position to give support to our work. And therefore, we do wish her all the luck. And we also would want to see probably the DG, not saying now I've led the department and I'm living with all the knowledge that I gathered during my tenure, and that's my knowledge, that she'll be able to share the knowledge with us. From myself, and I think with the Deputy Minister, we joined the department together, being new in the department, and the person that sat before us and said, this is the department. In fact, for me, is immediately after my announcement, she sent a message to say, you are coming to a very good department, you'll enjoy it. And that brought some spark and light and life in me, you know, coming from a Department of Transport to a department that I wasn't even aware of. And that communication said to me, you're going to a department, and she was there to give support to both of us. And her leaving is, I think, to some extent, a loss to the sector, to women, youth, and persons with disabilities. However, I believe that the knowledge that she has accumulated over years, she will not keep it within herself. She will share it with us. We'll still be able to call her to say, DG, Gonjo, on this one, what are the issues? And she'll be able to share information with us. But that is the situation. So far, we tried to persuade and to probably say, is it possible that at least she remains in the department until the end of her term? But it has not happened. And therefore, we've had to inform the presidency about it and therefore accept her resignation. But of course, her resignation is based on the fact that she's taking up something else somewhere, and she's got to start, I think, in November. That is next month. That is what I'm here to make the portfolio committee aware. Therefore means from next month, maybe we'll have to have a person acting as the DG, and that actually will be increasing the number of vacancies at a very strategic position, which is the DG position. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. You are in fact ending your closing remarks with quite a bombshell. I didn't expect us to lose our DG. She has indeed been a force, somebody very passionate about the work that she's been doing. So indeed, I didn't even think, DG, that you're even close to retirement. So it's quite a shock, but maybe we should then, if this is our final opportunity to engage with you, I'm wondering whether we should just give you an opportunity to say goodbye to us, if you would like to do that.
Thank you very much, Chair and Minister. Thank you so much to the Portfolio Committee. And I'm not buying the faces of the Portfolio Committee, but we have had a good relationship with our Portfolio Committee. Our Portfolio Committee has helped us to be able to comply. Always when we come to the Portfolio Committee, we have to get our act together because we know we're going to be asked questions, not in a way of trying to humiliate us or embarrass us, but in a way that is trying to make the department to be a better department. There's no department that can get a clean audit on its own. It gets a clean audit because the ARC, its Audit and Risk Committee, is always focusing on compliance. The Portfolio Committee is focusing on compliance. We work hard in order to make sure that we impress the Portfolio Committee. But also, the department wouldn't achieve without the assistance and the leadership of the minister and the deputy minister. I think even if you can go out there and ask, people will tell you that they have seen the department mostly under this leadership. So I think I had support in order for me to be able to achieve what I've achieved. I just want to thank all of you for your support, and also to indicate that where I'm going to, I'm still going to contribute a lot to the advancement of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our outgoing DG. Minister, I think let's then take from what the DG said, and let's continue to work well together as a portfolio committee and this department going forward. I think in terms of just some of the items that we would like to still receive from you, DG, while you still have a little bit of time left with us. And Minister, we would like to then get just in writing the commitments that were made in terms of the filling of the vacancies. I think I heard, Minister, you talking about the amendments or the improvements to the bills, and also the reasons why some of the legislation is taking so long. But can we please just get an action plan or an indication around timeframes for all of the outstanding bills? We would also need to get the country report on the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Then I think a lot of focus has been, and you've alluded to it, Minister, that you came to report on targets not met. But I think you really need to take our portfolio committee along in terms of non-compliance of various government departments to both the employment equity targets as it pertains to women, youth, and persons with disabilities, non-compliance to the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, non-compliance in terms of the white paper on, and then all outstanding evaluation and reports that have been published must also be submitted to us, in particular as it pertains to program 4 and 5. There's a whole list, but I think we will send that to you in writing and then also indicate to you by when we would need this documentation. Honourable Minister, I think I agree with you in terms of the sanitary dignity program and framework and the problems in that regard. And I think we have been talking as a portfolio committee that we need to look possibly at a single implementation partner. We need to look at ring fencing of funding. But we've heard your plea that we also need to get you next time when we meet Treasury, that we invite you as well. And we echo your sentiments, Minister, that we need to do something extraordinary, not only for young people in our country, but also for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And we really, as a portfolio committee, are committed to walking that journey with you. DG, then in closing, we want to thank you for your service to this portfolio, to our nation, and we wish you well in your future endeavors. May you be blessed. And thank you so much for your years of service to this department. We can only say thank you and thank you. And then Godspeed. And I know that we didn't engage with the ARC, but you will see that our time is almost up and we will give them an opportunity in our next meeting. But thank you very much, colleagues. I wish you well. Good weekend to all of you, and keep up the good work. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Long live the chair and long live the DG.